Arbiter Rao. Though I am here on official business, I would prefer to keep this cordial. The Consul seeks answers related to your recent activities. I approach you openly, in the hopes that you will comply with his request, and come with me peaceably.
What do you blather about? Delay me and you will pay the price. Not only do I have more pressing business with a colleague, but I do not answer to Sentinels or the Consul.
Questions of intent. Now, what shall it be, Arbiter Rao? I sent the message that drew you here. Virgil shall not arrive to aid your decision-making.
Virgil's not coming, you say? Curious. And here I was thinking I was already present.
Virgil! Touting your flair for the dramatic, even now I see. But I fear our reunion must wait until we've dealt with this pawn of the Consul.
I had not expected a third party, but it is so much the better. I'm afraid you must come with me as well, Arbiter Montag.
A sentinel demanding anything of me? What madness! Neither Tristan nor I shall accompany you anywhere. Any attempts to force us shall be met with violent reprisal.
I'm somewhat embarrassed to acknowledge that, in my haste to see Virgil, I seem to have led us into a trap. Though ironically, it appears Virgil has been caught as well.
This fool impersonated my credentials, triggering a system alert that led me here. A lowly deception, even for one of the Consul's own.
It was a necessary deception, and one not undertaken lightly. Its aim was to draw your colleague here without bloodshed, for I know he would not have arrived at my request.
Your explanation does not pull my heartstrings, Sentinel. Yet you at least had the sense not to assail us outright. Surrender, and perhaps you may yet live.
You may not believe me, but I have much admiration for the work you and Arbiter Montag have done for the Protectorate. I've no wish to fight. Enough loyal subjects have died in this war. Come willingly and peaceably, I beseech you.
It's possible this is a ploy, and the Consul is on to Virgil and I. But if that is so, why lure me here, then meet me openly when Perrault could have ambushed me from behind?
Are you mad? Because he seeks to lower your guard, then strike. Surely you don't intend to converse with him about it?
I trust Sentinels no more than you, but I am using this situation to gather information, which I would expect you would also do if you weren't so focused on haranguing me.
If a sentinel appears to be an easy mark, it's worth being even more suspicious than one would normally. They are purveyors of subterfuge.
Conversation is not likely to distract me from my purpose. I am here to kill no one, but unless there has been some kind of mistake, you must still submit to me. Both Arbiter Rao and Arbiter Montag were explicitly requested to return to Praetor by the Consul, alongside all other Arbiters some months ago. Refusal without reason is treasonous.
And I'm sure that if we went, we would have been returned whole, neither interrogated nor mentally refreshed. As if your master's nefarious agenda would allow that.
I've no inkling of what you speak. My only master is the Protectorate. My only agenda, the return of peace throughout Arcadia.
For the same reason that a sprat would not answer a Canid's invitation to dinner.
Not quite how I would put it. We simply do not answer to the consul. I viewed answering his summons as contradictory with my present duties, and chose to ignore them.
If you had nothing to hide, you would have answered his summons. Now, I'm here to make certain you can avoid them no longer.
This conversation is a farce, but Tristan and I are equals. I wish not to act without his agreement.
For my part, I may suspect the consul's agents, but I do appreciate that the circumstances of their role is unique. If a fellow Protectorate citizen engages me in combat, I am within my rights to defend myself. But this sentinel has come to me openly, under the norms of Protectorate law. From his perspective, I could almost see his point. That is not what I meant, and you know it. I was trying to put myself in a fellow subject's station. This is an unusual situation. Very well. But be warned, I'm not exactly trained in the art of improvisation. We'll need a very good reason for my not answering the consul's summons.
You don't look like a scientist.
It's true. I tested it. Then I used my facial hair to kill an Auntie's Choice officer. It was grisly.
I see. It would appear I misjudged this situation after all. I must reinterpret my orders. Accosting you illegally and the subsequent punishment would be mortifying.
So he's chosen not to attack, but the situation has not changed. We spare him. His master gains another tool to cover up the Supreme Arbiter's death.
What are you talking about? I do not seek to hide the Supreme Arbiter's death. I seek to find her killer. Such was next on my list of duties, after I apprehended you.
We don't. We never should have started speaking with him in the first place. This is all clearly a tactic on the consul's behalf. By sending out his agents, he seeks to deflect suspicion from himself. That is, if our compatriot here speaks true.
What must you think of me, or my fellow sentinels, that you'd even suggest I'd lie to arbiters? I'm not the one positing scurrilous accusations about our beloved consul. But you needn't take me at my word. My next assignment was to investigate the Oculus collating post. A hidden room there may contain information pertinent to the investigation. I cannot speak to its purpose, only that it is strange and worthy of investigation.
Or it is yet another falsity, intended to draw us close before snapping our necks.
It's a risk worth taking. I can endure whatever the consul sends my way, and if there is a minuscule chance that this sentinel speaks true, we must investigate.
I'm pleased to be of service, in some manner or another. Protectorate subjects should aid one another. There is no duty to be done. It is within your Arbiter's rights to learn the truth of their mentor's death. And as mentioned, I misinterpreted this situation. I will take my leave of the lot of you, and in peace. It is my sincere hope that circumstances are as you claim, lest we be forced to meet again.
I shall follow him out, just to certify he intends to act as he speaks. That's done with. He left peaceably, as he said, though I have my doubts for how long.
That was some impressively savvy improvisation before, Commander. Without you, circumstances would have certainly devolved into a battle to the death.
I'll spare you my doubts for the umpteenth time, Tristan. I just hope the risk is worthwhile.
I appreciate your caution, but it is quite unnecessary. My comrade and I will look into Oculus collating post. Let us do just that. I regret we've not had more time to talk, Virgil. It has been ages.
Worry not. I'm certain we'll have plenty of time to converse when you've finished your investigation. I have several leads of my own to pursue, as a matter of fact. Until our paths cross again, my friend.
Stop the consoles.
What do you blather about?
Virgil, a sentinel demanding anything of me. What madness!
Let us do Sentinel!
I had dear.
But I shall not submit.
we might find more information on why he was sent here.
Resolving this situation directly was the proper move. I shudder to imagine what that sentinel may have wrought unchecked. Did you find anything upon his body?
We did. It seems he was looking into the Supreme Arbiter's death. He sought to follow a lead on one Oculus collating post after confronting us here.
What? That can't be. Why would the Consul look into his own crime? He must be seeking a patsy. Or this is a convoluted attempt to lure us into a trap.
The Consul expected us to kill his agent, loot the body, and thus prepared a trap for us elsewhere? Convoluted is certainly the operative word. We must investigate. Let us do just that. I regret we've not had more time to talk, Virgil.
Worry not. I have...
And perish!
I shall make certain no other puppets of the Consul yet seek us.
I've only visited Oculus collating post a handful of times, and that was long before its deprecation. But something is to be found there. I'm sure of it. spending my... Speak freely. Understood.
Sir, why would... By the matriarch. What are those? Open fire! Sound off! Who's still upright? Wait, there's more! Why are they just standing there? They spit acid! Take cover! Pan! Get back here! Traitor! Shit! Shit!
Personal audio log, Sergeant Bornsworth. We've been deployed to deal with a new living weapon fielded by Auntie's forces. The previous squad was unprepared for this threat and was consequently torn asunder. Command's intel could never be so lacking as to allow this to occur. So why? They were lulling Auntie's choice into a false sense of security before launching counteroffensive teams. This will undoubtedly save far more lives than it cost. Another stroke of genius from Command. Praise the matriarch. Sergeant Bornsworth, signing off.
Hello again.
There you are. Beginning to wonder if you'd ever show up.
Oh my gosh, she's from those tapes. Those 2 tapes when the guy's saying Cobb. I think this is her.
Finally! This any way to treat the sole graduate of Auntie's promotion acceleration program? After I outlasted all them other candidates, left them at the spires in various stages of rigor mortis, spread across a dozen raptidon gizzards, I'm worn thin, shaky on my land legs after that raft trip, but otherwise raring for my reward for finishing the program. I assume you have the paperwork? You're not from Product Envisioner Ormsby? Fine. Guess I'll cool my heels on the beach a bit longer. Good thing I'm good at doing nothing. Been doing it my whole career until Ormsby handpicked me for the program. Shirked my way through every skill-building activity while my cohorts got chewed up and spit out. Even that self-promoter Cutshaw. Self-demoted to the briny deep after he slipped off his rubbish raft. I'm the sole survivor. Total validation of my relaxed work ethic. Har har. I think the only graduate of the Promotion Acceleration Program knows a little bit more about it than you do. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm still a mite seasick. Think I'll take this opportunity to vomit, then get back to what I do best. You see anybody from the promotion program, tell them they better get here quick. Think my seasickness is the only thing keeping the rats away.
shall make certain no other puppets at the console. On your way.
How about I do my job and you do whatever it is? Do I look approachable? Because I'm not.
Apologies, but an automechanical's work is never concluded. This unit's current work task takes priority over conversation. Farewell.
I'm guessing with high enough observation, this cave would probably unlock or something. Maybe then I'd be able to explore some of these areas. That would have been useful early on, that little primer port right there. I'm gonna have to remember to get that for future playthroughs, because the parts are a bit rare in the beginning to make that.
Perhaps if I subjected it to a large amount of N-rays, then hit it with the hammer.
guy's funny. Like, I don't know if there's a quest involved with him, but talking to him, he's like, it's like nuts. Okay, yeah, this is what I want. I want to get my toxicity higher for the crash status. That way I can trigger blight fortifications for damage resist and yeah. So I think I'm going to take this one. More health restoration, it's not bad. It's not really why I'm using the inhaler, but it's still good if my health gets low. Okay, with that, I think in the future I can take Farm Enthusiast and then crash myself with one heal instead of two. And that'll conserve lots of medical inhalers so I don't burn through them so quickly. When I make a leadership character, I'll probably want to use this maybe. It's a light armor though. But a temporary health. Yeah, I'll be able to use it often. Like, constantly. So that temporary health, yeah, that'd be really good.
Greetings. Something new to report? Return.
I have a feeling this might be a Tristan side quest, this area. I don't think I've ever been in here. Yeah, it's really rough in the beginning for sure. Yeah. Are you using a team or are you just doing like a lone wolf playthrough? It seems like the enemies aren't as powerful when you play without the teammates. But again, I don't have a lot of very small sample size for that claim. Just mostly the Montelli fight that I'm basing that info on. Yeah, I have not been in this area before. I have a feeling it's going to be a Tristan side quest. I'm just kind of exploring right now. I want to explore everything. Yeah, I know that the teams have some really powerful abilities, but early on, honestly, it's like I think the enemies do more damage if you're on a team. At least during the Montelli boss fight, it became much more difficult when I brought Inez with me on the team. But yeah, it is really rough in the beginning. I'll tell you one thing. I didn't pick this perk before. What is it? Shrug it off. So, you know, I was doing so many things at once and trying to remember stuff for game testing purposes, but also my reading comprehension isn't very good. But the way this is phrased, it says when combat starts and whenever one of your companions is downed, immediately gain temporary health. The way it's phrased, I thought that you needed a team to utilize this perk, but in fact it works when you're by yourself and if you're on a team when they go down. So yeah, I didn't read this properly the first time, but this perk is so good that now, even though I don't have defensive plates in my armor, like I'm using blight fortifications for the tough fights, it's so good that I'm not even using healing items anymore. And I'm not even using defensive plates. If I was using defensive plates, it'd be even better. But when the fights do get really tough, I don't mind popping 2 medical inhalers to get that big 20% damage resist. Hey, what's up, Butcher? I don't have enough time. Like, I haven't experimented enough with it. But during the Montelli boss fight, I beat it by myself. And then Fairfield blew up, and I'm like, man, I don't want Fairfield to blow up. So I looked up a video on how to save it, and it said if you bring Inez with you, you can save it if you don't have the required skill check. And then when I brought Inez with me, the boss seemed to do more damage. So I was like, is this just all in my head or what? Because this guy's clearly like taking my shield down really fast compared to last time. And I ended up putting it on story mode and then just, because I had already done the battle. So I put it on story mode and did it, and then saved Fairfield because I had Inez with me. And I wanted to do her side quest, so that's why I looked that up. Observation. I've noticed some things where it looks like the map's grayed out, but you can't go anymore. I have a feeling like with the observation skill, it may unlock like a hidden cave or something. Because I saw like a cave and then it's just like kind of a dead end, and I'm thinking maybe if I had high enough observation, this would unlock a secret cave. And I think Tristan has a skill where even if your observation's too low to find like a discovered path or something, he can unlock stuff like that for you, like make up for not having observation. Observation's actually really good for melee. Yeah, observation's actually really good for melee because I don't know really how to hit the the robots' weak spots, but the animals, the raptidons and stuff, you can hit them in the face, and then the humans are really easy to hit in the head. So you're getting huge weak spot damage, 15% per point. Observation, leadership, melee, sneak. Yeah, engineering's really good because of the damage resist. Oh, it's so good. And it seems like with a team it's much better because if one of your companions go down, you also get the temporary health increase. And then I guess you can revive them. And then if they go down again, you get that, you continuously can get that temporary health increase. Weak points, extra damage. I just feel like the enemies don't have enough health. That's why I'm not like that concerned about damage, but oh, it says it reveals hidden objects and in the world of subtle behaviors. Find more loot, track enemies. Yeah, it's huge. It's a huge damage increase to. I'm not that concerned about it though, because the animals or the human enemies, they don't have a lot of health, so they go down like a sack of bricks. But I guess maybe for the boss enemies, having observation could kill the boss enemies very quickly, hitting them in the head. But it says skill reveal hidden objects. I wonder if it reveals hidden passageways. I'd like to explore more of the map. Science, well, I was watching the fight when I was fighting Montelli, and I was under the impression that the boss enemies and the strong enemies cannot be shocked. Like, you know, when they can't fight back? They can, it's just that they have a much higher resistance to it, to the dots. So by investing in science, it seems that it doesn't take as long to freeze the powerful enemies, quote unquote strong enemies, boss enemies, the enemies that have really high resistance to the status effects. So science seems to make that more powerful. And also I'm going for the same thing I wanted to do with the explosive character. I want to see if this is damage over time or if it's just direct damage. The Codex says that it's said that it functions like it does in the first game. I didn't use it in the first game, but I've already invested so much in a sneak, I'm going to go with it and see if it's good. And if it's not, I don't know, I guess the damage over time, if it is damage over time, slow damage over time, I might pick it anyway, we'll see. Because when I read the Codex, I had already invested a lot into, I think, if I remember correctly. Yeah, the Codex tells you about N-ray damage. I don't know where to find it, but it describes it as being similar to the first game. So yeah, hopefully I'll get big damage. Not that I need it, but more gadget energy. I guess with tactical time dilation, the gadget energy would be very helpful, but I'm not using that. And using the tactical time dilation can make it easier for you to get weak spot hits because you're in slow motion. And then you can benefit more from observation for big damage. So yeah, it's more crowd control for the powerful enemies that would normally take a really long time to get shocked. They get shocked much more quickly with this having higher science. Kinda wish I didn't take electrotherapist. I don't like the electrotherapist. It charms the robot, but then the enemy kills their own teammate. I don't get the experience points for the kill. It does, actually. Yeah, it does. I play... I play melee in a lot of video games, and I feel like I haven't really been using guns very much, but the melee combat does seem to have a lot of depth to it. Yeah, I don't even have to use healing items anymore. I mean, later I'll use it. I have tip for tat now, so that's good. I don't know if the tip for tat works with the dots. My guess would be no. Heal 25% of damage dealt by melee. I don't think that applies to the dots of the electrocution. It might. I really haven't been paying attention to it. I know with that hammer though, the wham bam, it hits so hard that you get tons of health back when you hit somebody. You get so much health back. It's crazy. What traits did you pick? I'm just curious. What background and traits did you pick? I think bad knees is awesome. Awesome. I think no matter what whether I'm picking a sneak character or a battle character, I'm always going to take bad knees. Because the crouch speed... Yeah, look, I could actually move faster while crouching than I can by standing in combat. And outside of combat. Unless I'm sprinting. So this allows me to dodge projectiles more easily. And crouch behind enemies, so I'm not taking hits by gunfire. Bad knees I'm going to take on probably every playthrough. Oh, do they? I didn't know that. They steal your experience points, huh? Yeah, with Electrotherapist, I've noticed if I charm the robots, they are really powerful. Like, if you charm a Dragoon, those robots do so much damage, they'll destroy their teammates, but then you're not getting the experience points. But, like, if it's a real tough fight, man, they'll tear shit up. I kind of wish I didn't take Electrotherapist. I just wanted to maximize the shock stacks of the Thunderhammer, because I figured if I'm going to go science, just go all in on the status effects. No, the melee playthrough. No, you definitely still can. It's just when you crouch and stand up, it makes a noise. So you just have to make sure you're 10 meters away, and then the enemy can't. Then the enemies can't hear you. Also, I figured out if you really, it's kind of cheesy, but if you don't want it to make the noise when you stand up, I'm pretty sure if you sprint while you're crouching, it doesn't make the creaky knees sound. And the enemy won't hear you. So that's a thing. But still, when you crouch, if you slide, it's still going to make the creaky knees sound. I mean, I took 2 points in sneak. That's pretty much all you need, I feel like. But it depends on how you're playing. Yeah, 2 points in sneak, it goes a long way, man.
This, no doubt, is the opportunity I have long awaited. These hapless recruits arrived just before the invasion. No sooner had they set down their bags than their instructors were called to the war front.
After I listen to this, I'll explain it.
In their faces. And I knew, as this outpost's primary practice target replacement technician, I alone could teach them. They see me as their leader, their arbiter. I will not fail. Should the invasion breach our defenses, I will stand proudly at the vanguard, shoot to kill, and lead them to victory.
This looks like a sniper spot right here. Invisible grass. You can snipe from this spot. Okay, so the crouch speed is amazing. Like, so good. Crouching emits a 10-meter radius, some sound that hostiles can hear and investigate. Crouching, the 10-meter radius, right? And it only works when you crouch, but when you're already crouched, you're not making noise with your knees. It's only when you crouch or stand up. So as long as you crouch before you're 10 meters to the enemy, they're not going to hear your knees. And again, if you want to, like, if you want to stand up without making the creaky knees sound, sprint like this, directly from crouching. But, you know, then they're probably going to hear you running. There's that, so. It's really good. It's extremely good for combat. Because when I'm fighting the enemies, I crouch behind the enemy. And then I can kill the enemy that I'm close to, and their body is blocking projectiles. The other enemies that are shooting at me, they can't shoot through their own teammates. Also, the melee, if you're fighting a bunch of melee enemies or monsters, you could also use them to block for you. Like, say there's enemies back here, right? And I'm attacking this guy. Like, say there's an enemy right here and he's circling clockwise, right, like this, and trying to get me by circling clockwise and trying to attack me. So I would just continuously move clockwise also, and he won't be able to attack me because the body is blocking the enemy. It doesn't mean it's guaranteed to work always. Enemies do have attacks where they lunge forward, but it does work very well in most situations against melee enemies. So whether it be projectiles or melee attacks you're dealing with, using the enemy that you're behind works really well to keep you from taking damage from the other enemies. And that makes bad knees even more powerful. Because when you're in combat, you move faster with the bad knees than you do standing. So not only are you a smaller target by crouching, whether it be cover or behind an enemy that you're smashing with melee, it's just really good. So you're taking less damage. And that can be used, before I got the tutelary impact converter and all this strong shit. These tactics that I'm telling you right now, this can be used from the very beginning of the game. Like right when you start. In fact, you kind of need... It's even more useful then because it's... you can't keep spamming your shield and stuff like that, so you need to ration your healing items and stuff like that. So those tactics are even more valuable in the beginning of the game. Yeah, I have a feeling I'm going to have to come here with Tristan. I'm about to do the second part of his side quest right now, or the third part, or whatever it is, I don't know. It's continuation. I'm just exploring right now. I don't know, it depends. What traits did you pick? Let me read. Maybe you told me and I didn't see it in the chat. Brawny and nimble. Okay, so you'll be fast. You'll have good crouch speed. There's another one. Let me, The thing is this, when you're building a character, it's, you know, let me see, I did just save, right? There's not one, I mean, really, like, okay, technically, I guess there is, like, a meta, no matter who you are, because if I put this on, then I'm invincible, and then what I can do is put all perks into just offense, and then kill as quickly as I can. Maybe even take the perk that lowers your Xyranium when you're at the end of your crash. That way you don't have to keep going back to the ship. So technically there is a quote-unquote meta, I guess, and it's this armor. And I feel like this hat, at least out of all the hats, out of all the helmets I've seen, this is by far the best for damage. And I think the Moonman helmet, even though I don't know how much damage resistance it's offering, that's a pre-order item only though. But the Moonman helmet gives you more damage resist. I don't know how much. So yeah, I guess this is technically the meta as far as armors. I haven't discovered all the armors in the game, but this thing makes you invincible. So there's that, you know, and then you can put everything into just offense. Melee, observation, depending on if N-ray is damage over time or immediate 100% damage. Science, or you could put something else that boosts damage like speech, or just, you know, skills for exploration. But it depends. Are you doing sneak? You got to ask yourself questions like that. Are you doing sneak? Are you just rushing in?
Look, I'm accessorizing. I learned it from watching you loot everything that wasn't welded in place.
Yeah, I like Brawny. I think it pairs really well with Nimble because the faster you sprint, the better Brawny works if you go head on. Because like if you run head on into a Raptidon, face to face, even kind of at a diagonal angle, kind of head on, they'll usually hit you before you hit them. But the faster you run, like I've noticed it, especially when using the light armors, the faster you run, the more you can go head on with an enemy and bash them, even if you're face to face before they can attack you. But it depends how you play. That's the thing, and it depends how much you know about the game and how much you have it memorized. I feel like, what is this? Witty. This seems really good. Death is prevented for 3 seconds. So this happens each time you enter combat. That's really good. If you want to focus more on being like tanky, this will do it. Lucky, more damage. Guess that would be okay. I mean, more damage means you kill the enemy quickly. I feel like this would be really good with melee, but definitely a gun character because you would lose the movement speed, which is really valuable. But being able to craft twice as many healing items, that's a lot of, you know, stuff. Being able to craft double ammunition for the shotgun hammer, if you feel like you need more shotgun shells for the wham bam, this will give you double double the amount. So there's that to think about. So it depends what you're struggling with, what you're good at, etc. Personally, I like nimble. I like to have as much interactivity in the combat mechanics as possible. And with nimble, I feel like I can achieve more of that as far as dodging, crowd controlling, escaping, using cover, etc. Well, yeah, this seems really useful. Resilient, innovative, I think would be good. More grenades, more ammunition, double the healing items. You can make double the healing items, which is very useful for a melee character. Yeah, me too. Last time I was level 15 when I got the double jump. But yeah, I don't know, I feel like there's not one right way to play melee or anything, really. I mean, the purpose of an RPG is to experiment, try different things. But yeah, this could be really good for melee, double healing items. And this one would be really good for a tanky character. This makes you stretch your damage resistance and shield and all your defense even more. Butcher, you still on the first island? I remember you said you were struggling with
Look, I'm accessorizing.
the Vox
I
relay
learned it
station.
from watching you loot everything that wasn't welded in place.
Tell you one thing though, this frickin' hat is absolutely bonkers. How powerful this hat is, it's just insane. Absolutely insane. Yeah, it seems like I'm doing, I mean, with, even if you only wait 2 seconds, it's a huge increase to damage this hat. It even gives me another shot with the shotgun hammer before I have to reload it. But the reload is only 0.2 of a second, so it's quick. Yeah, that guy's hard. But shock, if you can shock him, he can't fight back. What I like to do is I like to run to the back. Well, I don't know if you want advice on how to do it, or if you want to figure it out yourself. It's probably more exciting to figure it out yourself. Okay, I'm going to do Tristan's side quest. Yeah, it seems like he's so tough because it's early in the game. Your character's not like fully built yet. Fire pistol. Oh, burst fire pistol. I was looking at those weapon mods. You change it to fire. And I think it does increased critical hit chance, right? Which is nice. Turns into a burst, the weapon mods, and then increased crit hit chance. There's a really strong gun in the first town you go to. It's like a shotgun pistol. I was using it with my explosives character. I think it uses short ammunition. It's a revolver that shoots multiple pellets. I don't know if I've ever even been to this area. I don't think I've ever even been to this area. Maybe it's only with Tristan. Yeah, I think this may be a new area. I don't remember this at all. Yeah, I've never been here and I beat the game. So to me, it's like a little mini DLC. Rattler? Yeah, that thing. It can be really strong, man. It can be really strong. There's weapon mods you can put on it. You can modify that thing to just demolish stuff. Especially with this hat. Oh yeah, that's what you used your first playthrough, huh? Shocks everybody. Yeah, I was playing off camera a little bit, experimenting with that gun, and you can do some nasty shit with that Rattler gun. Even early on. I want to make use of explosives and the guns, but it really lowers the base damage a lot. I think I need Tristan with me to go in here. Yeah, I'm gonna need to bring him with me, I think. Burst fire pistol is stronger.
This ship is I suppose there's something charming about... I recall this place. These stations have been...
I don't know if I've ever gotten a missile pistol. Does that count as explosive damage? I know the enemies, when they use them against me, they do tons of damage. Does explosive damage increase the damage of a missile pistol? I don't know if I've ever found one.
Have been automated since my day, though this one has certainly accrued dust.
Wow.
Be in a state of
I'll have to keep a lookout for those.
I have a general override that should allow us entry, but anything specific to local systems, including security systems, may be beyond me. What? This is extinguishers should not be operational. The station seems to be on reserve power. We'd best tread carefully.
I'm sure you'll figure it out. Just hit the enemy in their weak spots. Hit them in the head. I don't know if the enemy weak spots are armored or not. I suspect they are not. So if you hit the enemy in their weak spot with the Rattler, because it has low armor penetration, but the damage can be boosted pretty high with... He's stuck on that boss. He hasn't beaten the boss. He's stuck on trying to kill the boss. So if I struggle with this part, I can put the Xyranium suit to get through this area. So you have weak spot, so you're doing observation and guns. Yeah, I used that Rattler in the beginning with my explosive character, and I was doing sneak attacks, and it's pretty good. But the armor penetration is terrible once you like actually enter combat. So I think for the boss battles you can't really do sneak. For the boss fight? For Montelli? I made a video how I beat him the first time.
Well, no one is here, lying in ambush. Perhaps some stray systemic error activated the entryway defenses. We'd best first report to security office.
Yeah, there's a video. It's in a short playlist. It's called, it's on my channel. It's called...
Explore unhindered.
I just put 3 videos on there. It was from the first playthrough. And it was like some really tough fights that I did early on. I put the Montelli fight. And it was before I had the tutelary impact converter. The Mega Mantisaur, Montelli fight, and the woman who gives you the bomb helmet.
A footprint in the dust?
Jane Dansuri. She's like shooting you with a rocket launcher.
Be on guard. Someone else will be here.
I sprint to the back first, and I kill the sniper. Then I draw the two-handed guy. I go to the side. I go to the side of the area behind the guard railings. I draw the two-handed guy up, block his attack, then kill him. And then I go after the boss. After the boss's health gets to a certain state, like it gets low enough, the 2 little robots pop out. You gotta kill them. and then survive. Then I finish the boss. So you just use the cover spots and the center. Oh, dude, this hat is ridiculous. You can get it pretty early. Just do do Tristan's quest. It's insane. It's absolutely bonkers how powerful it is. I almost didn't use it. After I used it, I'm like, dude, I might just not use this, but it's fine. I'm having fun with it. It just does so much damage. It's like unfair for the enemies. It's insane, dude.
My passcode shall not work on this terminal. Unlocking it may be a creative endeavor.
Another really good hat for damage is... This is also really good. This will give you a big damage increase. Increases malpractice. When you're crashing, gain plus 20% damage. Scales up to plus 40% with your medical skill. The skeleton crabble fight with Inez. If you go to the south of the map, you can get this. This is actually a very big increase to damage. Not nearly as much as this, but you can get this before you do that fight. So if you are crashing, you can get a big damage increase.
I despise that skippery.
Currently progress.
We may now reactivate the station in the reactor.
It's too easy now. The game's too easy. My character's getting to be too powerful. I don't even have to use healing items. I can't remember the last time I've actually used a healing item. So I'm not even making use of blight fortifications. I may as well have an armor piece that has defensive plates on it. That way at least I'm getting 10% damage resist. Yeah, that hat, if you go into crash status, that's a really good way to boost your damage. Seems... Oh, I don't know where I got this. I think I just recently got the... Oh! If you go in the Crabble Caves towards the beginning of the game, like right when you get off the ship, I found this, Scoundrel's Aegis. It's light armor, but look at how good that is. After using a companion ability. Yeah, the Crabble Caves you go into right from the beginning. I found this. After using a companion ability, gain 150 temporary health, increasing to 650 temporary health with your leadership skill. So this is really good. You can get temporary health that way. I don't think I'm going to be using this for this playthrough though. But yeah, this is a very good item. All that exploring paid off. All those eggs I got. Now I have... Good grief. $367 crude biomasses. Tested it and it sucked. Oh, I need to stop doing this. Darn it. I should wait till I get the perk. I should wait till I get the makeshift armor perk. Damn it. Should I reload? Maybe I should reload. It's fine, I guess. Put down or noon, put down or noon.
The reactor activation circuits shall likely be dysfunctional. It's a known issue in these old stations. Let me look.
What was that? I like the way the smoke grenades look. It's a Spacer's Choice head.
Transistors, dust in the actuator. Did a sprat gnaw on this? Sweet sovereign, what a mess. There. I think I have it. Let us hope my override does not trigger any security threats.
So you can't sneak. I think once a boss battle starts, you can't go into sneak mode, right, for the bosses? They're like immune to sneaking, I think. I don't have that much experience with sneak. But it seems like you can't sneak the bosses. I guess there's camouflage items where you can. Where you get auto sneak damage, so that could help crush a boss. The ones that make you go into camouflage, and then you get guaranteed sneak damage. And there's other items where you don't get guaranteed sneak damage, but you do get bonus damage for camouflage.
Once more and see if anything seems out of place.
master viscerally.
Currently progress.
Beware of the may be a clue to the hidden room's location. I cannot say I have had to search for a hidden switch in a protectorate holding before. Keep watch. It could be rather small and well hidden. Ah, I think I've spotted it. Look there at the valve beside the sickly yellow pipe. There behind the room's main pillar. There. I'm certain of movement below.
Passcode is limber. Now, let's try amulet. No. Wingtip. Now, sovereign's gavel. I should remember this. Damn it. Oh! Wait. Oh, no.
Stay whatever fool words you ready in your defense, for they shall avail you not. I accuse you of trespassing upon the private domain of the Sovereign. For these crimes... Wait, I know you. Luther Okada? What in blazes are you doing here? And why do you wear a Sub Rosa uniform?
Because I work for Sub Rosa? More than that, I don't think I can say, Cadet Rao. Mostly because I'm not supposed to, but also because I can't remember.
I knew this man when I was still a cadet. Okada is, or was, a petty troublemaker, though a crafty one. As cadets, Virgil and I apprehended him often. Sometimes Virgil let him go, but he usually went to mental refreshment.
Often enough to know the technicians by name. Until I forgot them again.
This truly is no ploy. But mental refreshment is supposed to return wayward subjects to the proper path, not cause whatever this is. Despite his faults, the Okada I knew was ultimately benign. But the fact remains that he now trespasses in a secure facility. Duty dictates that I must execute him. Luther Okada, you stand accused of trespassing upon the private domain of the Sovereign, of espionage, of informational theft. For these crimes, I find you guilty of all counts. Prepare for absolution.
If I must die, I will die fighting on my feet.
Stand ready. It would seem. Let us see what remains on the terminal he was so interested in. The hint pertaining to the passcode on that terminal. I believe our work for myself, the Supreme Arbiter, not quite. An arbiter. From that terminal, to what end? And that feckless agent. I don't understand his aim or who he would be working for. Only the Consul. But the Protectorate does not ally itself with Sub Rosa. I couldn't imagine. Well, I wish I could take more solace in Okada's death. Alas, worry altogether and... It would appear our next stop is Praetor, specifically Central Control. I look forward to traveling there, once you've sufficiently prepared. Potentially. In the past, the locale was shared equally between us Arbiters and the Consul Sentinels. However, considering the traitors crawling throughout the rest of Arcadia, I fear what duplicity the Consul may have wrought at Central Control. Excellent. Let us make our way to Central Control forthwith.
have swore I already fought these guys. This is probably one of the toughest fights in the game for a melee character without teammates. These 5 guys. But my character's pretty buff right now.
I've heard death by electrocution is most painful. Well, you're in no danger of that. The lightning towers prevent the bolts from contacting the ground. This one's
Wonder if trick shot works with melee attacks. Maybe. Hit somebody in the head. I wouldn't be surprised if it did. I'll test it next level up, I think. Trick shot. And then, yeah. Hit a human enemy in the head. I guess more damage with the shotgun hammer. And see if it kills a nearby enemy.
I assume command. assume Command has new doctrines, which will be released to us soon. open.
Gotta fight from the front. Fight harder, not smarter. I do want to look at these, though. These spots for other characters I'll play. Okay, I think this is for an Inez side quest.
Central Control is open to no visitors. Turn around.
I sense we close in on something central to my investigation.
Best turn around. Central Control. I've heard a great deal regarding your exploits within the Protectorate. And it is all that prevents me from summoning the Guard. I have strict orders to arrest you on sight.
I've no desire to slay you, but if you seek to prevent me from pursuing my duties, I will have no other choice.
Arbiter Rao did not report to the Consul's summons. Consequently, he is wanted for questioning. It is only our difference in rank that stays my hand from attempting arrest. Very well. I shall not sound the alarm. But you are still not permitted to enter this facility either through this entry or any side route. I shall be watching.
Commander, let us speak privately on our next course of action. I sense we close in on something central to my investigation. I did not care for that exchange at all. The idea that the Consul would stymie me individually is rather disturbing. Regardless, we do have alternate means of ingress. I seem to recall a number of creatures bypassing the left fence through some upper path we were never able to find. There's also the prisoner entrance on the right. If you're sufficiently dexterous, you may be able to bypass the safeguards to get us in. I sense we close in on something central to my investigation. We simply must live to see it through.
Intruder at Central Control! Battle station! Advancing guidance! Malcontent! And Donnybrook ensues! Straight to it, then!
Smells like paint and agitated dust. That elevator over there goes to the Supreme Arbiter's old office. I hope the technicians have kept it in working order. I believe what we need is on that terminal. I'll see if I can find my way in. Did you hear that? I think this may unlock the terminal, but the toggle mechanism appears compromised. I shall hold it. You attempt to gain access to the machine. You must finish it.
Consul Thoreau, I'm sure you're surprised to be receiving this message, and thus I can assume you already know my intent. Even considering aligning myself against the Sovereign is like sticking my hand in boiling oil. Yet my dead charges spur me forward. 10 scores of Arcadia's finest, at least 10 scores, died in defense of Golden Ridge. And does the region lie in our control? No. We fled like sprats, all at Varric's behest. I shall lower myself to work with you, Consul. I will help you uphold your plan to... Hold... What in blazes? How long have you been standing there? What did you hear?
I cannot believe what I heard. I cannot. Yes, I'm fine. Because I think I understand what was actually happening. My mentor hated the Consul and was deeply devoted to the Sovereign. She'd never speak thus, unless she was trying to lure the Consul into a trap. That's why it's still on her terminal rather than it being sent. She was waiting for the Consul to come here to find it. It's not obvious to me. You didn't know her. Wait, do you hear that?
Arbiter Rao, I finally got you. submit quietly to the Protectorate's justice for your manifold transgressions.
Are you insane? Who are you? And on whose authority do you claim to judge me?
My name is Junior Arbiter Mayhall, and I operate on Arbiter Mandate, as you did once. Now, no questions. This is already going to be difficult enough.
This is not the time for your deranged jests.
Well, that's ridiculous. My interest in Arbiter Rao is purely professional.
Enough. This has been an unpleasant day, and my patience is gone. Your accusations are baseless, and accosting a higher-ranked arbiter is grounds for arbitration.
They're far from baseless. You stand accused of abandoning your post, of infiltrating Protectorate facilities with opaque aims, and of hampering the Protectorate war effort. There's no discussion to be had with criminals. I needed to see firsthand that Arbiter Rao had abandoned his station. He has, and must meet my judgment.
These accusations of yours are slander. If you believe false bravado shall save you from my wrath, you're sorely mistaken. That question would have been easier prior to our traveling together. I've spared others at your behest, after all. I shall speak plainly. I would rather spare her, as her devotion to justice seems to match my own. But duty dictates I answer her accusations earnestly. As I have not done wrong, her accusations are slander, and therefore must be punished. Hardly. She could not remind me of myself, for were I in her place, I would know better than to accost my superiors. I have been taught to uphold justice by any means necessary. The junior arbiter is wrongfully accusing me, which stands in the way of my upholding justice. Her accusations are grave enough to be answered with violence. But I understand why she is making them. And her perspective, though skewed, should not merit death. I don't like thinking thus. It toes the line of traitorism. But the alternative is the judgment of one I believe to be innocent. Such an action cannot transpire.
What is this insanity? I would never imagine an arbiter balking from their chosen course. I had hoped Arbiter Rao would come to his senses, but obviously to no avail. I may not wish to judge him. I may not understand what has come over him. It is of no consequence. His crimes against the Protectorate are all that matters.
He was simply doing his duty, just as you or I must every day. Killing him would have been wrong, even though attempting to arrest me was a criminal act.
That's even worse than I thought. You chose not to do your duty, and expect telling me so would soften my decision to judge you?
The Supreme Arbiter taught me to follow my own sense of justice. And I have. Use your mind. Think about what I did. What you intend to do. Is this moral? Is this right?
No, no. It's clear that you're trying to turn me against our leaders, and I shall die before I allow that to happen.
Blast! I'd hoped we'd be able to avoid this. Very well. Junior Arbiter Mayhall, I accuse you of slandering a senior arbiter and threatening violence against his person. I find you guilty on all counts. Prepare for absolution.
What? You went through the trouble to stay my hand, yet you still seek to judge me? Then you shall meet my judgment after all.
Ready to dispense! I despise that inspiration!
Deserves this.
That's that. I had hoped that altercation could be solved without bloodshed. Killing a fellow arbiter brings me no joy. Yes, you're right. And she was wholly out of line. I can't allow circumstances to affect my will. All this excitement did not make me forget the confession on the Supreme Arbiter's terminal. I have to bring it to Virgil. Together, we can discover exactly what transpired. Agreed. I'm not sure of his whereabouts since last we encountered him. I'll send him a message. With luck, we'll hear from him before long. I had no choice but to judge them as traitors to the Protectorate. Then they should have reported me to their superiors. I shall continue. Once we find Virgil, he and I shall unwrap under...
Oh there. Approach the gate and identify yourself if you're looking for... Well, of all the improbable sights I'd never imagined to actually see, folks simply want... I've not the mind to solve the equation that demonstrates how unlikely it is you've survived enemy combatants, hostile critters, and endless lightning in near equal measure. Is that so? Amusingly enough, I'm inclined to believe you, which means you might be just the help Exemplar Simon's been waiting for. He is in the lab atop the hydraulic line. There is a Oh there. Approach the gate and identify yourself if you're looking for... Well, I've not the mind to... Is that so? There...
You're about to enter territory controlled by Auntie's choice. Act accordingly, or you'll end up as close friends with the inside of the rest.
You there, you came from outside the... Interested in work? Or was the allure of helping to advance science and... Incredible! And to think I sent all those assistants to die for nothing. I should have just sent a heavily armed stranger first. Here's your reward. You've certainly earned it. Now, back to my lab. I'm going to get so many papers published. Every biological researcher will know my name. There's going to be statues of me.
Okay, now this is why I picked abrasive instead of dumb. I can test some perks. I want to test... Is there a workbench here? Oh no, there's another camp over here with a workbench. So I need somewhere where there's a lot of weak enemies. Or just a lot of enemies, and I can put it on story mode to test it. This is perfect.
That's right, folks. Keep it cheer.
Okay, so 1 in guns and 1 in observation. And now let's see. Trick shot.
Keep the chanting going. I can see the overseer up in her
And now
office.
let's see.
And we're definitely making her.
Easily distracted. I'm not going to take that because I want to reach the capstone perks. So I'm rejecting that.
We don't want to make demands, but no more peeing in bottles and cans. If you won't let us sleep.
Let me put it on story mode because the AoE damage may make it difficult to see this.
Sleep for 8. You.
Tactical time dilation. And let me put on... I guess this will be good to use. Tossball stick.
Charge us for stimulates.
It works. I think it works. Seems to work. The AoE push is also working, so that's killing enemies, but I think it bounced from somebody here and killed the one over here that wasn't even being affected by the AoE attack.
Others get the exact same pay!
It's kind of hard to test because of the push effect. The echoing blows kind of interfering with the testing, but pretty sure it's working. I don't know what that damage is coming from. It might be the swing of the weapon is hitting two enemies at once. That could be it. Yep, you're right. Melee is boring. You probably shouldn't play it. Your troll game is like 1 out of 1,000. I don't want to be mean, please. Every time you try to insult me, it hurts. It's like, it's painful. Okay, so let's test it here. So the echoing blows only covers a certain area. I think if I kill him with the attack, let's see if the trick shot triggers. Beluga Whale clearly wants me to do something else besides melee. Instead of just being honest and asking for that, he chooses to insult me. It's one thing in poker, what you do is you figure out what your opponent wants you to do, and then you do the opposite. So when people that you don't like or people that troll you in real life, you just do the same thing. You figure out what they want you to do, and you just do the opposite to bother them. And they may never realize that you're purposely doing the opposite. Okay, so it's not showing how much life he has because he's not a hostile, but let me do another separate save. And let me see if the echoing blows affects the other guy. It works! It works! I was right. Trick shot works with melee. Very cool. I think I'm going to go ahead and take it. So this will be really good if I ramp up my damage, maybe invest in observation. Yeah, okay, so this is more killing. Weak spot kills. Ricochet dealing damage to a second nearby target. Okay. Very cool. The character is already going to do plenty of damage, so I don't need like all the damage boosting perks. Still going to be one-shotting a lot of the human enemies. So this will be really good when there's lots of human enemies or lots of regular enemies that don't have a lot of health. So it's extra ricochet damage. Okay, cool. And I'm sure you're such an expert. You would know because you just said melee's boring, right? I'm sure you're such an expert. I'm sure everybody believes that you're an expert at the game. There's no question. Gotta be. Okay, that time it didn't work. Maybe it doesn't work. It's gotta be a weak... Oh, it's gotta be a weak shot kill. So it only works if it's a kill. Right, maybe do a little bit more testing. They also have to be close enough. You don't even understand what I'm doing right now. I'm figuring out stuff that you're not... I'm figuring out information about the game that you're not going to find in other videos that predates this video. The same as my other videos. As far as strategy, gameplay mechanics with Melee. So, you don't even understand what I'm trying to do right now. Yeah, I'm not even going to waste my time. Look, I don't want to be mean to you, man. It wouldn't be difficult to rip into you, because I don't want to be mean to you. Just, I don't want to explain to you what I'm doing either. Okay, it worked right there again. I don't... Yeah. I probably just shouldn't say anything. I have a feeling it wouldn't be difficult to make you literally cry behind your screen. It'd be really easy. I could do it to grown men in real life in a crowded room, like in the middle of where there's people around. I don't think it'd be difficult to do it. And these are people that have some competence. Okay, so it worked again. Yeah. I should probably just block you for your own sake. Not for me. You're not bothering me. It's just eventually I may say something that really hurts your feelings. Yeah, you don't understand what I'm doing. That's my point. You don't get what I'm trying to accomplish. It's not about that. If I want to one-shot everything in the game, I already know how to do that. You don't understand what I'm trying to accomplish here. Why do I even bother? This is why. Why do I even bother trying to help people? Okay, so that actually triggered the trick shot before it, yeah. Why are you watching then if it's so boring? I don't know what I'm doing. I'm pretty sure I can guarantee nobody's done a Melee solo playthrough and gotten the very hard trophy doing it. That predates my playthrough. Can you show me? I'll pay you money if you can show me. If you could show me a playthrough of somebody that did a lone wolf playthrough with no team on very hard and got the trophy without relying on sneak, I'll pay you money. In fact, I'll pay you $100. Will that shut you up? I'll pay you $100 if you can show me that. If you're going to be a troll, at least be good at it. Okay, so trick shot works. So that's really cool. Okay, so that's more AoE damage with melee. And there may be some other gun perks that work with melee, even though they don't... Yeah. So that's cool. It's got to be a weak spot, so for the human enemies, it's more easy to hit them in the head. Easier to hit them in the head. And then it'll trigger and kill somebody else. Secondary nearby target. I don't know how close that nearby target needs to be. But when they're grouped up, it could be good to couple that with, you know, the AoE damage of other weapons, especially the Wham Bam. So that's nice, and also the Thunderstruck weapon. Why is his damage so low all of a sudden? Oh, I see. I know why. Okay, so I think I'm going to take Trick Shot. That'll be fun. So what all these guys do, they show up, they soak up the info like a sponge, right?
That's right, folks. Keep the chanting going. I can see the overseer up in her office.
They get all this information, and then they take that information, and then they go to somebody else's video or comment section, and then they berate them and tell them they're wrong. Talking about information that they didn't even acquire themselves, and now they're being condescending towards other people. So it's like they get the information from me, ungrateful, don't leave a thumbs up, don't show any appreciation whatsoever, and then they go to somebody else's video, and then they berate their gameplay, berate their whatever, and then they use the information they got from me to tell the other person that they're wrong. It's like, please don't have children. Don't have children, please. Just end it there. Like, do not procreate. Borst Blaster, what is this? Cysty Cuisine. Lobs volatile tumors that stick to surfaces and cause corrosive explosions. Yeah, whether it be on Reddit, you know, you got Skyrim, you got Wasteland, you got this game. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what game it is. There'll always be people doing this. They're acting like they're know-it-alls, like they know everything about the game within 3 minutes. Because they console commanded a bunch of stuff in, and now they think they're an expert. They don't actually understand how the game mechanics work, because that would require playing the game. Not just looking at the in-game code and console commanding every weapon and every skill on a PC. Right now, Beluga Whale's desperately trying to find that playthrough. He's like, I need $100, man. My food stamps are out. My welfare check's gone. I could really use that $100. Could really use that $100. I don't want to be mean, but I know how to, believe me. Okay, so I tolerate it up to a point. You're not pulling the wool over anyone's eyes, believe me. Not mine. Okay, so I don't have the perk this time. Let me test this again. Whoops. Wrong thing. Okay, so let's do a headshot. Okay, that time it did not kill him because I don't have trick shot. Alright, I'm going to use trick shot with melee. That'll be fun. And effective. Yeah, it'll be very effective. Now I have trick shot again. And it works. Yeah, I don't know what the actual distance is. But it works. That's very cool. Very cool. More AoE damage. Oh, these people are already all dead. I need to reload several saves for this one.
That's right, folks. Keep it.
Okay. One in guns, one in observation. So the guns, the armor penetration probably affects melee a tiny bit, not as much with two-handed weapons. But it's like 1%. It's very minor. But I still think it's worth it. And the weak spot damage definitely benefits melee. Because headshots. So I am taking trick shot. Very cool. Okay.
I can see. I can see the overseer up in her office.
Is there a workbench here? There's one here. I'm rarely making use of the blight fortifications because I'm being cheap with the healing items. I still haven't gotten the armor perk. That's fine. Oh, there's an enemy up here. Okay. I like using the light armor, even though it's very easy to die with the light armor, but I really like using it. It's fun. Yeah, see, that shut him up. Now his main goal is to get that $100. He's going to spend hours looking for that playthrough, and he ain't going to find it. I already know he ain't going to find it. But he'll look. When your time ain't worth much, you'll look. You'll put in time for that $100. Let's see, where am I going? Oh, I wanted to put the, yeah, I want to use the light armor, even though it's easy to die. It's fun. I enjoy it very much. I enjoy the fast move speed. It's definitely not as good as the heavy armor or the light armor, but it's a lot of fun. So, let's do blight fortifications. I already have one in the flak jacket, but for long battles, this one, where is it? This one's better for the long battles, because once that armor breaks, that temporary armor breaks, then you still have the 20% chance to ignore incoming damage while below 50% health. So blight fortifications, right? So I make a blight fortifications. Geez, who knows? I may not even get that perk, but it is very useful, and it would have helped early on for sure. The armor perk. Oh, I have it saved up here, I see. Makeshift armor. Yeah, this is really good. I just haven't gotten it yet. I really like the trick shot, though, so I'm going to get that. More damage. AoE damage, I guess you can say, because, you know, you kill one enemy with a weak shot and then you hit another one. Maybe I'll get makeshift armor next. I really want to get ninja also. For sure, ninja. I kind of wish I didn't get electrotherapist. I just wanted to make use of being able to shock the enemies. This was very helpful against the Raptidons early on, before I had a lot of science investment. I was able to fight the Raptidons at really low level because of, I think this was helping. I still don't know for sure, like I don't know for certain if the science is allowing me to apply the shock on the enemies faster. I'd have to look at some older videos to see the difference when I'm hitting the enemies before I had the science. Because not all the enemies have the same resistance to the damage over time shock statuses. Got real quiet all of a sudden. See, all you gotta do is expose people. They fucking freeze up. Quiet as a mouse. You draw attention to what they've been doing, what they plan on doing, what their real intentions are. They got nothing to say after that. They just get scared. Feel like shit. I didn't want to do it, but when people doesn't, somebody won't shut up, continues to be petty, just expose them. Do the same thing in real life too. Just fucking expose them to everyone. This is the same area. Okay, when I did Aza's side quest, this seemed to be the same area. I think Tristan's and Aza's side quest overlap for this spot for one of the battles. I think. Pretty sure this was the same area. It says wait to hear from Virgil. I hope these don't mess, the quests don't mess each other up. I'm going to try to do Niall's quest. That one didn't work last time. Yeah, let's go talk to Niles. I think I'm going to post some videos, the trick shot. That'll be useful info for people that want to do melee. Because melee is very tough in the beginning. And I think trick shot can be gained really early. So that would help with getting more kills. I don't know what the weak spot are for crabbles. I think it's under their shell. Like at the bottom of their body. But definitely the human enemies, and I believe the Raptidons. If you hit them in the face, I believe that's their weak spot. The N-Ray perk doesn't show the actual weak spot. At least for me, I'm on PS5. I tried to do... Yeah, this one. I took this perk to test it, and when I put the N-Ray scanner on, I didn't see any weak spots at all. says marking targets. Focusing on the target with the N-ray scanner will mark them. Oh no, this is something else. Causes the party's attacks against them to regenerate your energy. This one. Weak spots are highlighted, and damage dealt to them is increased when using the N-ray scanner. Yeah, I didn't see any weak spots being highlighted. Again, I am on PlayStation 5, so that may not apply to Xbox and PC. Alright, I'm going to take a break. Oh, wait a minute. I need to make sure this is the right save file. Because I don't want to leave those people dead. That would be really bad. I think it's here. Yeah, I gotta make sure I don't accidentally... Because I want to do as many side quests as I can. Within reason. Okay, they're still alive.
That's right, folks.
They're still alive. Let me go check these people if they're still alive. I haven't attacked them. Okay. Okay, so this is the right file. Let me get rid of the other ones. So I don't accidentally load those. I should probably... Nah, that's fine. It's so pointless. Okay. I don't believe that you actually believe that. You can't convince me. There's no way you actually believe that. And if you do, then I have nothing to say about it. If you do actually believe that, I have no comment. But I don't believe that you actually believe that. If you do actually believe that, though, then there's no need for me to say anything. Nothing even needs to be said. I'm not going to expend energy on it. Alright, so that's it. No, you don't think that. I don't believe that. Don't believe you. Definitely do not believe you. Like I said, I don't want to be mean to you. It's not going to make me happier insulting you, or it's not going to make my life better. I don't care, so it's not a big deal. All right. Okay. Like I said, if you're going to be a troll, you should probably learn to get better at it, because you're really terrible.